Hey, it's Ace. We're back in Roanoke, day 147. We've been doing some renovations to the road system here. We've got our major north-south road here through town. We've got our major east-west. So I've been beefing those up a little bit. And coming into winter here before very long, we're going to do some major changes this time around to the warehouses and the supply chain. Right now we have everything coming here into, and I'm going to fix that right now, this warehouse called DS New Intake, which was named when we had an old intake. So let's just fix that. DS Intake, that stands for Deep Storage Intake. Now what happens is the various warehouses that are out in the world, the transfer warehouses, they ship their goods to this intake warehouse. And then somebody takes the goods from here to the individual deep storage for those items. So sticks, we can see this is DS Stick Thatch. So sticks and thatch, no surprise, come in here. And then somebody will take sticks and thatch from this warehouse and they will populate the Quickie Mart over here. And in theory, the Quickie Mart will always be filled with stuff. One thing that I wish that the developers would implement is that market folks would honor the individual priorities on containers. So instead of putting resin over there, put resin here to start with. Because I think the resin isn't even turned on for that container. So in addition to warehouse people going out and finding resources based on priorities, it'd be nice if market people sort of at least noticed those priorities when they brought goods over. Bear attack! Hey, well, this is a great opportunity to show how to kill the bear easily. So I've got a longbow and bone tip arrows, which is going to make this faster, but it doesn't really matter. You can do this with just your basic short bow and wood arrows. It's just going to take more arrows. I think with your starting equipment, a short bow and wooden arrows, I think 2 stacks of arrows is probably enough. But here would be, let's find out where exactly he is. He's right there. So here's how you can kill the bear pretty easily. When he charges you, just roll towards him. Like that. And then boop him on the nose. Couple rolls, couple boops. Whoop! That one got a little close. We'll just... And say goodnight, Gracie. Take a look at something here real quick. All right, let's see here. Whoops, wrong button. You know, I'm going to just leave this all for the hunters. I'm going to pick up my arrows, of course. And when you do that, when you pick up arrows, make sure that you put them back in your quiver, because for some reason it puts them here instead of populating your quiver first. I hope they fix that. Leave the rest of that stuff for the hunters to pick up. This is squarely within a hunter area. Alright, so there you go. Easy way to kill the bear. Very first time he appears, nothing more than a short bow and some plain old wooden arrows. You'll just need more of them. But the roll tactic is pretty safe and infinitely repeatable. Do make sure you're fed and watered when you go up there so that you've got stamina reserves. All right, let's take a look at the food. Top that off real quick for us. And what is it? We just started the next day. We're, I think, getting towards past the midpoint of autumn. What do I want to do? I want to change the way that we handle warehouses here pretty quick. Right now, we've got 2 people populating this warehouse, which is the intake, but we don't have anybody populating the individual warehouses. And I think it's time to change that, because we do have people coming over here and they'll be dropping stuff right here on the ground, or like this cart right here right now. Somebody could be emptying that cart and putting that over here into the hardwood warehouse. So, you know what? Let's fix the name on this too. There shouldn't be a space in that. That's a little less suggestive right there. Let's fix the suggestive. Fiber, strictly for fiber. So I'm thinking that as we change this around, as I go ahead and start putting at least one person on each of these warehouses as well, what we'll really see is we'll start seeing a cleanup of the village. Everything that gets dropped on the ground somewhere is going to get brought in and put into deep storage where it should be, and then it's going to repopulate the Quickie Mart. So I'm hopeful that we've been building our population up a lot. We've been bringing in a lot of villagers. Right now I've got, gosh, let's see here, by default, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, about 15 builders. So we've definitely got the manpower to go ahead and do this. Also, with a sustainable forestry now, with these birch forests coming in and not being too far away from the village, I'm thinking to go ahead and use this space here for a couple lumber yards. We'll move the existing lumber over to here and add probably 1 more. So we'll have 6 lumber folks total working out of here, 6 woodcutters. And I think with the forests being as close as they are, 6 will be more than enough. We'll probably stop at 4 to begin with. Right now, we currently bring in goods from out here at the Bravo mine. There's a transfer station out there and a woodcutter. And then we also have West Hill Woodcutting, which is more or less tapped out. And then we also have this original woodcutter I put down along the coast, and then finally Southwood. I think all 4 of these are going to be decommissioned for the most part once the sustainable forestry starts happening right here. And we'll just have the woodcutters going out and bringing stuff back directly to the warehouse area. Simplify that. That way we don't have to have these market folks moving so much stuff across the terrain. So anyways, let's get started on that. We've got a bunch of people, and we've got the resources to do it. I'm going to put a healing hut down at this end so that people have a place to come get warm. And I think that's a good start. I think it's bigger than I remembered it, so I'll bring it over here. That's fine. That's probably pretty much a square. I don't think it's a rectangle. So come away, we'll go right there. So I think that's about as tight as we're going to get it. This will give us 2 warm places across the village for people to congregate. Now, let's take a look at lumber. Wood cutting here. That's a little tight. Set Kara up for the day. We'll leave those folks to do that job, and we will go ahead. Oh, I only queued up one of those because I reset the other one. The most important warehouse for us is probably hardwood, so let's start with that. I automatically disqualify anybody with a 300 in vitality, since they should be walking the streets with a club in their hand, or a sword. Well, there's a good choice for a warehouse worker. Don't mind the cold, don't mind the night. Asa, you're in. Sticks. Yeah, we're going to fill up the stick bins pretty fast if there's somebody actually working here. Steadfast resolve. We like that idea because we like them not to freak out when they run past a wisp. I'd really prefer it if they just punched it, but what are you going to do? Craftsmen, I'd love to put them at a workshop, but honestly, we have so many craftsmen already that just going to go ahead and put Bodil here. Firewood, yeah, you bet. We definitely want to start getting the firewood brought in for the winter. Our coal maker is always struggling to find enough firewood to turn into coal. Move more efficiently in the snow. Crafter. Extremely uncomfortable and unhappy on rainy days. but you don't really get a flu or cold. So 6 one, half on the other. Bossa Nova it is. Alright, here is coal and stone. Proficient archer, I think I'll skip you for now. Summer fisherman, crafter, stonebreaker. Not that we need any more stone people right now. But there's probably a better choice. Let's see. Inno, you're a nighttime person, so let's just make sure you're working a night shift already, which you are. Otherwise, you don't like the cold. But you're going to be working the warehouse, so you're going to be running past the fire pretty often. Let's give you a shot. Leather and scrap. Here's something that we can probably skip for now. Fiber. Oh, I can't tell you how much I want to see somebody out there picking up all the loose fiber that's lying around. So we're definitely going to put somebody here. Battle-scarred veterans. So there's your 300 vitality. We'll skip that. Skip that. Halvar. Halvar's working at the fiber storage now. Got somebody working at the hardwood. Let's bring somebody into the softwood as well. See. Hunters in this village are less useful than they've been in my previous run because we just don't have any spawns near us. The closest deer are a long ways away and there are no smokers. So hunters have not had a lot to do in this game. Don't think he wants to be out collecting wood, but he might be our choice. Stig, we're going to have to put him behind the wheel of a race car. Or at least a cart. Tira. Tira, no good at stone, no good at logging. Yeah, Tira, you're it. You're going to be our worker here. So we've got 2 left, Tora and Ursula. Stick and Thatch already has somebody, so for right now let's stop assigning them because we've got a fair number of people working at these now. I think all of the ones we really want to be populated are. We'll wait to see if 2 is going to be needed in any of those or if 1's enough. Our person emptying out the intake is doing a pretty good job. I think we've got coal getting emptied, so I don't think we'll see that continue to be full. But we will start to see, oh, you know what? So we've assigned somebody now to this warehouse, but now what we need to do is, see, he's going to go around and he's going to start picking up all sorts of random stuff. So unfortunately what we're going to need to do now is go ahead and actually set these priorities. And unfortunately, we're going to have to do it for all of them. I do appreciate that they gave us a all button over here. And we need to do that for any others that have multi-purpose storage here as well. So this place is leather and scrap. We don't actually have anybody working here yet, so we can skip it. For here, we're going to need to set stone for each of these. Before, with just market people bringing stuff in, we could avoid having to set these priorities because the only person bringing stuff here was that market user. Now, but now with somebody actually working at this warehouse, we need to make sure that we tell them to only put stone in these containers. Any container that only holds one thing, like resin, firewood, etc., we can just leave alone. Sticks and thatch, no problem. Ah, see, here's going to be a problem that we have to solve here as well. So this is for softwood, so we're going to have to set these down like so. Now we'll need to go ahead and repeat that over here, but for hardwood instead. We've set softwood, we've set hardwood. Intake is already set. We've had a couple people working there. We've got somebody emptying that out. These items are all fixed. We'll go back and fix these once we actually assign somebody to this warehouse. Oh, what the heck? It's going to be what? Oh, well, since we don't actually have a worker there, we can't assign priorities until you actually have a worker employed at the warehouse. Alright, with people working at the deep storage now, we should have pretty good collection within the village of random stuff lying around on the ground. Should start to see all these sticks and logs and whatnot get picked up from out here in the markets. bark is going to be omnipresent because we just don't have capacity for all the bark we produce at this point. Once you put a carpenter in place, you're just buried in bark for the rest of the game, at least so far in my experience. But it's pretty easy for us to pick that up and turn that into fiber right in your inventory by shift-clicking it. You can see how far we terraformed this up. This is the top of reeds that still spawn even though they're underground, essentially, at this point. Come down here. I intentionally didn't give enough fish storage for there to be, you know, ludicrous amounts of fish, because I want it to sit here and spoil and produce compost for the farmers. I'd really love to see them give us the ability to turn bone meal, turn bone bits into bone meal, a la Minecraft. That would be great. As soon as winter hits, we're going to move this workshop over a little bit. We've got room here on this side, and I want to bring it away from that main road. We've got 2 water wells down here that I buried underground. And you can see that they're still totally available for people to use. This one has 21 in it, so they're using that regularly. This one's got 25. You can even have them, if you've buried them far enough, you can even have them underneath buildings, and they're still available to villagers. So you don't have to have water wells necessarily dictating where you put buildings. Right here we're in a warehouse. This is the Veg Warehouse East. And if you watch the thing here, right there, there's a water well directly underneath it. And you can see how popular that one is. It's only got 2 in it. So you could, if you had a couple wells right next to each other, you could bury them and then put a warehouse right on top of them with water storage. And your warehouse worker would literally need to do nothing but stand here and just transfer water from the well to the storage. I haven't done that yet. I was thinking about it, maybe out here on one of those, or this well over here. This one's not buried deeply enough for me to do that. It's got to be, probably about another 2 feet of dirt on top of this, somewhere around this level here, to allow the warehouse to go on top of it. All right, we're getting warehouse staffing done. Picking up the coal that this guy's just leaving lying around. He's got plenty of meat in storage. Our commons area is starting to come together. Both of our final longhouses are done. Now we just need to check to see if the furniture inside is taken care of. I think probably not yet, but I think mostly what we're going to be waiting on is going to be thatch, 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 thatch everywhere. So much thatch. So much thatch. And some sticks still, apparently. They'll solve that pretty quick. There's sticks to be had everywhere in the village. This road's still waiting to be done. So we've got a lot of construction folks, but they're complaining about, I can't find any thatch. And meanwhile, they're not going and working on other projects. That's just the way that is. We've got Freya working out of this tower. Shoreborn working out of here with 116. Freya at this point I think is actually ready to be rotated out and put back into training because she's only a 59. So let's take a look here. 65, 55. $99. Igor works at the archery range and has a 99. Time for him to come and work here. Now let's go ahead and take Freya, move her back here to the archery range to do some training. $85.59 on a 103 Bodil. So we've got one more that we can go ahead and put out at a tower. That hedge tower over there is occupied. This tower is occupied. I'm pretty sure we've got somebody working at this tower. But with an 11. Oh, okay. Boom. She's gone, and Bodil, you're coming in. $6.11. So now we've got a 60, 85, and an 11. Now 85 is pretty high. Mind putting another person at a tower here. And this would be the most useless tower I can think of. We are going to defend the lobsters. There will be no sea invasions. There will be no crossing the channel. But I don't think that's a thing yet, so I think we can skip that for now. Let's see if there's somewhere we can put somebody that's going to be better. I think right over here. Because this will provide some defense value for the fishing, for the boat builder, and for many of the housing units. So let's go ahead and put... let's go with a hedge tower here. They should be able to knock that out pretty quick. I'm going to pause for just a moment. All right. Some phone calls you got to take. All right, so here's where our portal is now this year. We just moved our marker over, and we're going to make a fire right down there. I'm going to go ahead and, oh, I just grabbed those rocks, right? So we can go ahead and do this. Let's put onto that fire a cover. Pin that. Bark and sticks. I think sticks might not be too much. Oh, that's not a stick. I mean, I guess it's a stick with something attached, but there you go. We need 4 sticks. That's going to be pretty easy. And we'll let them bring bark over and finish this up. We'll go ahead and go in and finish the fire rune stone, since that's going to be ready to go. All it's waiting for is our fire artifact. So now we've got a fire and we've got our patrol marker. They'll hover right around here. They'll take care of this invasion when it comes. We can head back now to town, take care of the fire rune stone. Go ahead and get rid of... Oh, you know what? There's no reason to get rid of the wooden altar just yet. We'll just leave it there until we actually need the space. Pelt cape. Alright, who dropped their pelt cape on the ground? Who dropped their perfectly lovely pelt cape on the ground? We are going to have a conversation about being wasteful. My 3 are empty. Whoop, hello. Look at all. What the? Is this like the spot that everybody brings what they don't want? Can I jump through there? Yeah, I don't think so. Alright, so we've got sticks here, we've got resin, we've got thatch, we've got a sapling. Come on. I need rakes for farming. You know, if I come over here and there's rakes on this shelf... Alright, fair enough. Let's see what the problem is with rakes. Turn off the refurb. So that sapling is there. Got nothing else over here in the dumping ground. All my pauldrons are gone as well. Yeah, some of my gear's getting a little beat up. In fact, my rough iron helmet is looking pretty rough. What's it gonna take to put you in a new pair of iron pauldrons today? It's gonna take 3 more metal plates. Oh, we have so many knife blades lying around. Tell me you're not making anything that requires a knife blade without using refurb. Okay, let's take a look at iron plates. This won't refresh unless you click here, but you can go click between them and then you'll see it populate as soon as it's available. Here's 2 of the 4 we need. We do have a collection point somewhere. Where did I put it? right there. Nope. Okay then. So I'm going to keep this locked up by keeping it open. Did I just make the wrong thing? Sure looks like it. Yep. Okay. Things are looking pretty clean. Got a little bit of fiber, some stick we'll put away real quick. Room for the fiber anyway, or for the thatch anyway. Put the stick away down here in deep storage, which is probably starting to look a little more stick-filled, I'm betting. Yep. So our people working down here are doing their jobs. Firewood is looking as poor as ever, so I think we should go out with our cart and do some field work now. Time to generate some firewood. Bring back anything that people aren't bringing back successfully. We'll leave this cart. It'll take hours. Of course, they're going to be telling us that they can't find thatch, so we're going to fix that real quick. It's the first time I've ever seen those happen at the same time. I see that the meat delivery is here. He is going to chase them all the way to the other side of the map. Okay. Well, I'm not going to get around behind those two. Can get around behind these. Go ahead and start driving them towards the towers. Well, there's a fair bit of meat for the hunters to go pick up. Let's go back and do what we were working on before. How did I miss you? His bits are still lying there. He died, gosh, I don't know, years ago. Just never bothered to come pick up his stuff. Don't you hate it when somebody dies and you never pick up their stuff? Their family's like, really? Definitely something weird going on with stumps here. Because you can see the firewood from where I chopped the stump before. Now that stump is done. And we got firewood from it, but now that stump is back again at a reduced health. So there were in effect two stumps there. See that I've already chopped this one. Strange. I think we've discovered the infinite firewood glitch. So this is my first time harvesting these hardwoods, which were the first area we planted that wasn't the first three that were planted right inside the village. So this is our first forest area that we actually planted outside the village gates. And so essentially my first hardwood harvest. They've definitely got something weird going on with the stumps in planted hardwood areas. This lumber transfer point was our very first external lumber yard. And it's pretty much abandoned at this point. Let's head up here. There's going to be just a ton of stumps to chop up on top of this ridge. Whoop. Guess that's the end of this. Come back real quick and recharge that. Well, now how did I miss you? You should come home with me. Firewood. Plenty of that down here. Thank you. So nice. Let's just set the cart priority here to all villages are whitelisted, so they can just go ahead and unload that for us. Arvid. Well, I like night workers. Seriously, Jordan? Karun and Ansgar. That's Rubicon Trail. Still needs some loving. Getting a little better, though. The soldiers are doing a really poor job of keeping that area clear. Dude. Don't do it. Thank you. Ingmar. You again, man. No, dude. I'm taking this one home. You are not going to run this back all the way across the country. Alright, let's set the access on this to everybody. Okay, let's take this down to deep storage so they can unload it there. We need some traffic lights down here for sure. Well, long sticks are looking a little lighter, but logs are looking a lot better. Firewood stocks are looking better. And iron ore, of course, is just coming out our ears. Let's take a look at where Ingmar is working, because clearly he needs to be adjusted. He works for the Bravo Mine Warehouse. Okay. How much you want to bet he's running another long stick across the world? Yep. Ah, Ansgar. Ansgar as well. Same problem. Alright, so where are you taking this from? Now that I'm watching you, you're going to run home without it, okay? Nope. Now you're going to come back because you now decided you need to go fetch something from somewhere. And you work for Bravo Woodcutter. Meanwhile, Majvi is actually running right through the wolf den. We've got multiple patrols going through that per day. But they just don't seem to be able to keep the wolves down unless I'm actually here. So I have a suspicion that there's something to do with proximity and loaded entities. Need Mr. Plow. Hunters can come and pick that up. Battle-scarred veteran. I have had tremendous luck with battle-scarred veterans this game. So many. Why not? It's just for a short time. I think we'll put a second person on the collection back at the main deep storage for firewood. Fall is coming to an end. Yep. Winter invasion, 2 days. So I've noticed that the latest patch seems to be randomizing the winter invasion, or because I've changed the default map settings, that's randomized it. So in the past, of the 3 invasions we've had, 2 of them came the day before they were supposed to come. And 1 came on the correct day, but at like 7 p.m. or something like that. So it definitely pays to be ready now a day in advance. And we're going to go ahead and do that right now. So we're going to set patrol here. We're going to make that portal south. Did it for 8 hours. Save that. We're going to take Sven and Asse off that patrol. Frederick off there. We'll put them all on here. And then we'll check schedules. 2 to 15. 10 to 21. And... Alright, so we've got 3 different schedules there. And we'll make this stay on station 8 hours, 10 hours. Portal close. We'll put this to portal south. Stick around 10 hours. To 6. 18 to 6. 18 to 6. I need to get some better time resets here. Alright, I think we're pretty well covered. There should be multiple people there at the portal pretty much 24 hours a day, I think. Offload some stuff here, throw some coal in my inventory, go up and get that fire started. I've read on Discord plenty of people talking about soloing the winter invasion. I'm not there yet, I don't think. I mean, I probably could, but I don't know, I just don't see it. Something goes wrong, you get knocked down, and then suddenly you get your stun locked. So, not for me just yet. I will, however, make myself a rough iron helmet. And to go up there and be a part of it. Yeah, that was pretty close to the end. Deep storage stick is starting to look better. Got plenty of that on hand. Still no thatch on hand because that's just going to be that way until the end of time. Let's get our second healing hut fired up and start to adjust schedules to bring everybody in for the winter. Spiritual practices. Does that make you a better healer? I don't know, but you're in. Anybody with 200 vitality who likes working night shift? Yep, we are running out of people without 300 vitality. This game, we've just seen so many of them come in. Everybody's walking around with their chest puffed out and bulging muscles. Alright, Civ, you're the other one. And you can have the night shift. Don't forget, when your fires are going, if they're at 100% fuel or less, they heat you up at a certain rate. But if they're over 100%, they heal you fast, or they heat you up faster, about twice as fast. Also, being in range of 2 fires does the same thing. 2 fires that are both over 100%, I think, is even faster from what I've noticed. I haven't pulled out a stopwatch yet, but it seemed pretty quick. I like to use these 2 kitchens, and you can see the 2 down at the bottom there above the fire tells me that I'm in range of 2 fires. Also, if you want to supercharge your kitchens, food cooks faster when it's 49, 51, 54, moving about 2 per. But I come here and I do that, and now we see it moving 75, 82, 87, 92, 97. So we're getting 5 and 2, so 7, 3.5, 4 each time. Twice as fast. Stoke your kitchens up with a little bit of coal. Or bark, since we've got 1,000,000 pounds of that lying around. But anyways, get them over up 100% and your kitchens will cook faster. Unfortunately, I don't think it really makes a difference with the computer player, with the AI, because they wait until the recipe's done before they go get the next ingredients. So, I mean, it's going to be a little faster, but if you're working the kitchen, you'll actually be pretty hard-pressed to keep ingredients in stock and so on. So it'll give you a workout. It's the quickest way I've found to get food cranked out, though. Now, normally I would just go ahead and demolish all that bark, but since we actually are not sitting really well on fiber right now, let's go ahead and turn that into fiber in our inventory, which we can do directly with shift-click. What do we need? More cowbell. Alright, there's a little bit of fiber for the deep store. We've got 2 days till invasion, so this will be the final day where I don't assume it's coming. Let's go ahead and start bringing people in. So we'll do tab, go here to our workstations, and go down and find our various lumber yards. So lumber Exfer is to the south of us, that's the transfer station. This is the woodcutter in the village. West Hill Lumber is no longer populated. The transfer warehouse there is. That's fine. We're going to let people work there for today. Then we've got Southwood A and B, each of which have 1 person working at them. So we'll go ahead and dismiss those. Southwood Transfer has 2 people working. We'll go ahead and let them continue to do that for the day. Bravo Mine has no miners working in there. The warehouse there does have a couple people. We'll let them continue. Bravo Woodcutter will go ahead and shut down. That's going to be Agnes Gar and Jorun. Bring them back in for the winter. Now I've got the 2 woodcutters' houses here. Go ahead and populate that with Ansgar. And we'll give the other one to Jorun. Sven. And Toke. Now let's go run down and set those priorities real quick for those. Softwood looks really good. Hardwood, long sticks, yes. Logs, yes. So we'll go ahead and bump those. Thatch, always. Long sticks and logs, low. Resin, always. Firewood, yes, but I don't want them chopping up hardwood to make firewood. Fibers, bark. Yeah, let's definitely have them produce bark. Alright, there we go. I like those numbers. Let's go ahead and repeat over here. We've got fire going here. We've got the healing hut running. These folks can all avail themselves of that fire. We've got warehouse workers at each of these warehouses. We'll let those warehouse workers out at the transfer points work for the rest of the day. Quick check around town, make sure that everything is more or less getting picked up, cleaned up. Since we made those deep storage warehouses have people, things have been looking better here in town. Food worker here is struggling to keep this place filled up, so I think this is the default for most people. They come and they eat here, but that makes sense since it's pretty close to the longhouses. Shows you how far we've terraformed this area up. There's a spruce that's buried underground that continues to spawn. We also see a lot of reeds doing that. There's some reeds over here that like to pop up out of the ground right there. Another spruce. This is another popular spot for reeds to appear. And of course, plenty of rotting fish down here, which is exactly what we want. The maggots that are coming out of the mines are really making a big difference on fishing bait. There's fishing bait available pretty much year-round now without having to store berries. Not that we don't have just a million berries in storage, but still. Oh, wait a minute. Ran right past the outhouses. And some more spruce. $26 and none. Well, she's got to eat some fiber, huh? Here's one of the wells that we buried. And it looks like it's getting pretty well used with only 5 water left in it right now. The farmers are looking like they're keeping up here. So we had a problem getting rakes produced because we had the only recycled parts checked, which should still have been fine, but nonetheless, turning that off has brought in a great deal more rakes apparently. So with 3 farmers on each, we're keeping up. Right now, since we're just about to transition to winter, all of the beetroot that we have here will get harvested in the winter, and then they'll replant flax, which we'll get probably 1 harvest out of in winter, and then a harvest in spring as they start replanting berries. Each of the crops rotates over into the next season, so each crop that's been chosen here is good in the season it's planted and in the following season, so we can harvest it the next season but still be planting what comes next. I didn't want us to hit spring and have to rip everything out of the ground that we had planted in the winter that still wasn't fully grown. So far that system seems to be working pretty well. Check the Quickie Mart. Quickie Mart stock looks like it's going pretty well. Coal stocks are full. Fiber stock is full. Batch is empty, of course, as it always is. Pull out that last little bit of resin, top this off. Yeah, top that off. Wishful thinking. There it is. We are having trouble keeping fiber on hand, but that's going to change here in the winter once flax hits. And in years past, we've just sort of thrown flax away at some point because we produce too much of it in the winter. But now with the deep storage warehouse in place, we should actually have room for all of the flax that we produce, for all the fiber that we produce through the winter. Cart 7, that's a cart available for the next market person, so we'll bring that up here. So hardwood's looking good. Wish we had a little bit more long stick, but it's alright. Intake is not getting cleaned out quickly enough. Let's help with that real quick. Since I have the cart whitelisted, it means that people are actually going to fight me taking stuff out of the cart as I put it in. And to fix that, go here into the interface T and come over here and uncheck that. Remove everybody. Now they won't be taking the stuff out as I put it in. You can sort of get around that by just being faster than they are. We have at least one person, Matilda, I think, who's still using a sled to empty out the intake warehouse. I think it's probably time we gave her a cart, since we have an extra one. So this is the winter that we moved the workshop over. and that we start building real walls around the village, because I like our hardwood situation at this point, and all of our long houses are built. The front of a warehouse doesn't really matter, but it is the side that everybody comes to load and unload stuff. So you might want to think about that when you're laying everything out. Hear that wind. Oh yeah, look at that. Sticks are filling right up. We're going to be at capacity for sticks here pretty soon. That coal maker goes through firewood so quick. Mart looks good for coal, but the coal storage, not so much. Tell you the water they really like is here underneath this warehouse. That one generally has no more than a few in it. Oops, not there, right here. Fully staffed there. We're bringing back beetroot, onion, berries. Feathers are low, everything else high, good. Three kitchens running, probably time to put a fourth kitchen up just so that we see this food warehouse over here get full. It's not like we have a shortage of food. Two runestones running, we've got water running so that people's thirst is reduced, and we've got earth running so that they get a hit point bump. I think we might have another archer ready to be moved to a tower by now. 110 Lorelei, alright. So we'll take Lorelei and dismiss her. And we'll hire Gunhild. And we'll go find a tower for Lorelei to work. you know what? Let's move Lorelei here instead. Food stores are great. Veg warehouse is full. Veg warehouse west. Used to have 7 empty towers. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now 5. So we're slowly increasing on veg. Meat basically sits at capacity all the time. Foresters are good. Barracks are... patrol points are set up. So at this point, we should be able to go up to the portal at just about any time of the day and have people standing around up there. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll start that fire and get it stoked. Oh! We have finally a respawn at the den. Wow, that took years. Hello everybody, welcome. I know, chilly, -10. When did that happen, right? There you go, warming up. Doesn't look like the winter invasion will get very far. So I'm not even going to sit here and watch it, because that'll be a really boring 2 days. Just going to let them sit up there and do their thing. We've got a patrol marker here that is part of the normal patrol route for at least 3 of the barracks. And we've got a hunting marker so that the hunters can come and clean stuff up. So since it's time to get some puppies up and running, and we've got our wolfar den back here, I think before they go and destroy those monster spawners, those boss spawners, we should go ahead and make some traps. I think that's string and... I think that's rope and sticks. Boy, it's been a while since I made that. Where are those located? Those are made at the puppy pit, maybe? Come on, I was hoping that was going to fit right in there. That's a big one. That is bigger than I remember. Let's just tweak that angle a bit. Yep, that's going to be it. Less waving, more working. More pew pew, less QQ. Make sure you're well fed and watered. Keep that stamina up. Where are you going, dude? You're just waving right into the middle of that, aren't you? Oh, darn stump. Get me out of there. Get me out of there. All right. Check out the branch manager real quick. So you see how fast our temperature is going up right now? Now watch what happens when I stoke this fire up over 100%. Faster. Tell you what we'll do here is we'll see if we can pull the whole group and we'll just walk them over there to the portal. So far the winter invasion has come a day early twice, so I'm expecting it to come today even though it says it starts tomorrow. Never-ending tree stump. Alright, so I'm for 37. Boom, it's gone. Now it's got 33 of 140. No, come on. Don't y'all walk away. Follow me right over here. Now everybody gets some XP. Nope, lost you. See if I can do a little better job with that pull this time. Let's try this test again. So we've got 140. Now it's gone, but now it's back to 39. Walk away from it for a minute, come back, still at 39. All right. It seemed like some were coming back and coming back at full health. Yeah. I gotta get it a little faster here. Even that, I can't hold aggro. Yes, and they probably won't deviate more than a certain amount from their chosen path. Boy, they need a bigger name database. There it is. Stick it to me, baby. Small stone storage. Look at that. Looking good. Got a lot of road building in our future. Bark. Well, it's not like we have a shortage of bark. Let's go ahead and take care of that. Alright, with the kennel built, let's get this road repaired. And we're going to take this opportunity to go ahead and do the widening project. Come over here in range of the two fires. Wolfar pup trap. There it is. Alright. Sticks and rope. Sticks and rope. it's a large item, so if you go ahead and you make one here. And then grab 5 more sticks to make 8. Then you can go ahead and make one trap and carry the ingredients for a second. As with any large item, tap your sprint key just once and you'll get an endless run. Nope, where are you going? Oh, Q to activate it, right. Okay, so you do that. Q. Meat. We forgot to bring meat. Don't forget to bring meat. Nope, not gonna make that. Head over to Arby's. You got the meat? You got the meat. Some meat in each of those. And now make sure you keep paying attention, because unless it's changed since the last time I've done this, the notification that you have pups in there is not exactly earth-shattering. It's easy to miss it. (10:23 in the morning, day before the invasion. Could come more or less any time now. Let's stoke this fire up. Hilva, hydration expert, or retired bowman. Sten the bowman it is. Farmers are doing a great job keeping up. Let's go ahead and pull our folks back in from the outlying transfer stations, because I forgot to do that the next day. West Hill Lumber Transfer. The miner down in Mine House. Sif, I'll let them come out. I was disappointed to see that temperatures in the mine aren't pretty consistent, because they should be. Be one of the best places to work in the winter. Southwood Transfer. Alright, that's it. Rita. Lovely Rita, meet a maid. May I inquire discreetly? The lion's share of our forestry planting is up in this area. So I'm thinking about how we're going to do that. I'm thinking, since our lumber jacks are here, that we come out and then we have a road coming right up through here. So let's put the waypoint there. And now let's go down to, actually let's go down to here. And now let's put the waypoint there. Got that big stone that we can't go past. I like that. Bypass the stone, we go right next to the well. Yep, I think there's our road. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's the invasion. And there it is, done. Alright, let's go ahead and take everybody off that patrol route. Now we should go empty our inventory before we come back and start working on this. This could be just about the end of my storage for untanned leather and hide. See if we've got room for these arrows here in my warehouse. I think we do. There we go. All right. Pickaxe not bad. Skinning knife good. Hammer good. So we will probably end up burning up the pickaxe during this. sure you check the traps, especially after the invasion. Super easy to miss the noise while the invasion's happening. Loot pinata indeed. Nope. Full far pup closing. Scream like that, little guy. We got you covered. We're gonna have a guy whose sole job it is to sit there and feed you meat. And if the devs have done their job, he actually won't suck at that. He'll actually be able to pull it off this time. We can have one person working. Steadfast resolve. I resolve you steadfastly to feed our dogs. Because if you don't, we pull out your thumbnails. Dag. Dag should be in charge of the dogs, shouldn't he? And he has the stamina to complete essential tasks, like keep the darn dogs alive. Alright, Dag, it's all you, man. Let's go put another trap out there. You need to pay attention to some physics. Now, here's a question for the devs. Is it Dragar or Drugger? Some places they put an extra A in there, and some they don't. And you look at the portrait of a white right here, the way he's got his head tilted and so on. Looks like he's, you know, Joey from Friends going, "How you doing?" Yeah, we are going to go through that pickaxe here in a moment. White, white, bloody well white. You know you got a white to say. White, white. You wear white. You know you got a white to say. Let's take the first load back. Get warmed up. See, I think we had 3 in here already, so 17. Alright, just gonna stand here for a moment and warm up. Beetroot soup for days. Wish that you could repair tools before they break so we could go back out with a brand new pickaxe. I guess I could have just gone ahead and thrown it up on the rack and taken a new one off the rack. Let somebody else use this one for a few minutes and then and then have to come back and be done with it. It's kind of like putting the coffee pot back empty, isn't it? Hello, there it is. Oh, stamina. Because I am recovering from that cold. Double check that inventory, make sure our pickaxe head is there. 17 and 7. Not bad. 24 so far. Figure we'll probably drop one more at least from the rest of the mob, so 25. 5 new citizens. Oh, how about remaking that pickaxe? How about the whole reason we went in the village to begin with? Getting old is no joke. Alright, as soon as we get the rest of the mess cleaned up from the invasion, I think that's going to be it for this session. Pretty long one today. Got a little bit of cleanup left to do up here, and then we'll leave the bones and whatnot for other folks to pick up. I just want to bring back the metal bits and the Jotun blood. Children, where are you? You're in the middle of all that water, and you're dehydrated. Water, water everywhere. So many drops to drink. Oh, see, we completely missed that. Children. Over here, in the green. Still no water. There you go. Since you can't be bothered to walk over to this well, less than an arrow shot away. So we need to create a new patrol route for just in town. That way the folks that are out walking way out into the wilderness can just get retasked to simply patrol the fence lines. Anybody else? No? Okay. Alright, let's go back, finish cleaning up that mess from the invasion, and I'm going to write myself a note to change patrol routes next time, as soon as we start the next session. Otherwise, you know, old and feeble, I'll forget. That fire up over 100 to heat us up a little quicker. There's our 25th. And our 26th. That's a fine haul of blood from the invasion. They have fixed the bug with picking up too many bones, crashing it, but just in case, hit save before you do it. Alright, we're going to leave these bones here for somebody else to pick up. Or for them to rot away, one or the other. Plenty of stone out here for people to pick up, metal, and we've got somebody working that warehouse as well, so any metal scraps that we miss, the person working at Home Depot will get those. We've got a sword. There's a bow somewhere around here, too, that I saw sticking out of the ground, but I don't really care about it. There's the bow. Alright, I think we're done. Let's head on back, put stuff away, and call it a day, as it were. The very first thing we're going to do next time is adjust patrol routes to have a perimeter wall run with a stopover at each of the healing huts so that they can go basically patrol the perimeter and then stop by and get warm. That way we make sure we don't lose any more barracks, folks. Got a little bit of metal to get rid of. Stone to get rid of. Two more blood. Thank you. Alright, I think we have one pelt cape too many. We'll take the basic linen and put the pelt in its place, and then we'll just go ahead and get rid of the basic linen. What's your situation? Crude iron road maker, that's me. This road maker will drop. And we are one item short. I've dropped something I shouldn't. Is that going to be a longhouse or a cottage? I've seen that before, where they walk around but they can't come in. But I thought I saw in patch notes that that had been fixed too. If the fireplace is close enough to the door, then they still get warm regardless. But if they can't get in and get to bed, how about, are they assigned to that longhouse? Build a shelter or a cottage and assign them to a different structure so that they go walk over to somewhere else. If they're supposed to be in that longhouse for sleeping, and they can't get in, then just assign them somewhere else and see if they can get in somewhere else. Break the cycle. Give them a job, make sure that they are scheduled to report to that job right then so that they walk away and go to the job. Yeah, assign them to a different bed. Even if you have to throw down a shelter real quick or something like that. Not that I've seen like a reset button or an unstuck button for villagers, but I mean, I've had them get stuck in loops before where they weren't able to function correctly, and so I change what they're supposed to be doing at that moment. If, let's say, they're supposed to be on the at work, but they're stuck trying to get to work or something like that, then maybe I'll change their schedule so they're supposed to be asleep at that moment, so they turn around and they instead try to go to bed, or vice versa. If they're supposed to be working up in a tower, maybe I switch them to another job for a minute and then switch them back to that original job. So the only way that I know to reset them is to change what they're doing at that moment, supposed to be doing at that moment, so that they go and try and change where they're trying to walk to. $60 or $70 is a good-sized village. At that point, if you've got that many, then you've certainly got more than one place for people to sleep. So switch that around a little bit. As long as I'm chatting here for a second, I'm going to take a moment and fix those patrol routes. Amelia needs a place to live. Yeah, there you go. Amelia's got a place now. Don't have that queued up. Do they have only one door in and out, or do they now have two doors in and out? I make sure that when I place my longhouses that there are two doors. Not that I think that that matters, just for ease of access. But I haven't noticed any problems with people coming in and out. Yeah, it would be possible to have three, depending on how you laid the house out. I bet you could actually have all three doors. I tend to make U shapes, so I end up with only two possible places. South gate. Alright, so south gate. You could. All of my longhouses are three, and I don't have any problems with them. The format that I use the most commonly is this one right here, which is a U shape. So you've got the original longhouse here, and then you got a extension coming off the back side of that. And then you have the third longhouse going like so. So you basically have one longhouse, two longhouse, and three. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that worked out. Yeah, the terraforming in this game is actually pretty simple once you get used to the flat ground tool. There's a lot you can do with it. South gate, gate west. South gate, gate west. 8NW. Let's fix those patrol routes. So we'll go stand by a fire to keep warm while we do it. Pull up tab and our structures and then start scrolling down through the list here. I wish that we could sort this list alphabetically. That would be really nice. Go to the first barracks here. We'll go to the patrol routes, and we'll just go ahead and take these folks off of circle. We'll create a new route called fence line. Could be winter, could be something like that. We'll go from south gate northwest. That's fine. No delay. To gate west. No delay. To south gate. No delay. And then downtown, which is right by a kitchen. So we'll do a couple hour delay there. 1 hour, that'll be enough for them to warm up. And we'll create that. Let's just double click that the downtown flag is actually right next to a kitchen. Yeah, it's this one right here, so that's going to be a good place for them to stand and warm up. Again, make sure you're standing within range of 2 fires if you want to warm up faster. That's what the 2 down at the bottom is over the fire icon. Alright, let's go back to Barracks Patrol, and let's go to Barracks 3, which is next. And again, we'll take folks off of that. I'll make one called Fence Line. Go from Gate Northwest. No delay. To Gate West. No delay, and then down to Gate South. And then finally up to downtown. With a 1 hour delay there. Save that. We've got 2 more barracks to do. They're down near the bottom of the list here. Just for the heck of it, we'll go to Southgate first this time. And then Westgate. Did you get them reset? Did change in the bed do anything? We'll switch out of there, and then finally downtown for an hour. And actually, we're going to have to go back and adjust these because they're going to need to walk around in town, too, to give defense value to buildings. As soon as we're done with this, I bet you when I go look, I'm going to see that there's buildings that have no defense. So, big circle. Here's where we lost Majvi. Let's go ahead and take people off of that one. And let's create one called Fence Line. And we'll add Gate West. No delay. Gate Northwest. Downtown for an hour. And then finally Gate South. With no delay. And create that. Now let's go ahead and put one more person here at barracks number 6. who's going to be Amelia. All three are bruisers. Amelia likes a nighttime shift, so let's give her a nighttime shift. And let's make sure to put Amelia on that fence line patrol that we just made. Alright, now let's sort by suffering, just to make sure nobody else is about to die of thirst 20 feet from a well. Sort by happiness. Check that that number is coming up for everybody. 52. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 less than 90. That's pretty good shape. And let's us not die from thirst just next to a well. That would be silly. We had a third trap out there, and I don't remember seeing that it ever closed, but it's been there a while, so let's go take a look at it. Something tells me we're going to find it. Nope, still there and still open. Good deal. Alright, well, this is a good place to shut down for now. I'm going to come back in here, stand next to the fire, call it a day. Next time we come back, continue getting pups together, probably put the second dog kennel up. Yeah, you know what, they actually come in and out of the kennel pretty quick. So we'll just have one kennel. Boy, what's next? Yep, dogs, get through the winter, make sure nobody else dies, and get into spring with everything going really smoothly in logistics. I'm liking the way things are going so far. The deep storage warehouses are getting stocked pretty well. So that's going to be it for this session. Thanks for coming in and making things go by a little quicker. Hope to see you all next time. This is Ace signing off.